transition come in 27th in the NBA in offensive rating. They do play a fast pace, 8th fastest in the NBA, and Middleton shows that skill set is still there. 18 points in the win, or make it scoreless in the win over Milwaukee, and his return to Milwaukee a couple days ago. It was a last-second win for Washington. C.J. McCollum came away with the game winner in a 114-113 victory for Washington, their 8th win of the season. Man will trigger in. And here is Danny Wolf as the ball handler. We'll see what type of action they run for him with the ball in his hands. Leaves it, man, drive, float it up. Wolf comes down, 4 to shoot, spin, couldn't float it in. Sharp couldn't squeeze it, and it's taken the other way by Coulibaly. Here's Trey Johnson, who is not afraid to shoot it from way deep, has really been an aggressive three-point shooter for Washington.
He's got that mentality, and that's what he wants to do. He knows he's going to put the ball up, but he's gotten more comfortable. And you mentioned he's started the last 3 games, now his 4th in place of Keyshawn George. He just is someone who has gravity in so many places on the floor as soon as he crosses half court.
Middleton drives, and he puts it through. Back-to-back buckets for Chris Middleton. A good sight for the 34-year-old vet. 4-2 early going. There's Gilman on the outside. Man gets a screen from Sharp. 12 to shoot. Gilman relocates and sticks the 3.
Picks up right where he left off, and that's a place that Washington has been vulnerable, in particular on the defensive side, the three-point line.
Brooklyn's talked pretty extensively about the ebbs and flows of an NBA season, the full 82 games, as McCollum gets it right back.
That's just an extra effort hustle play.
That's looking to run. Not a common sight, especially against an opponent like this, and they turn it over.
And those are the sharpness and the little things. I think the Nets thought that ball was just going out of bounds. They were going to have possession. Those are the things that you want to set the tone early in a game like this.
On the drive, fend off, Johnson puts it home. That is what he did in his lone season at Texas. He was Mr. Basketball in the state of Texas at a high school, a natural-born scorer. Nearly another turnover. Sharp finds the loose change and has a chance for 3.
Disruptive play there off the deflection, but Day'Ron Sharp staying with it. He gets the start here tonight in place of Nick Claxton. You see the ball just bouncing off of a couple of hands as he picks up the loose change, able to finish it, get himself to the line. And Day'Ron Sharp coming off of a solid night last night, despite the tough loss against the Rockets.
Career high in assists, had 7 of them to go with 8 points and 8 rebounds. Can't hit the free throw. Brooklyn gets a second chance. Clowney tees it up. Can't hit. Struggles continue from the outside, but you know Jordy Fernandez wants him to be aggressive. When Noah Clowney has taken at least 8 threes this year, the Nets are 5-5.
And the thing for any shooter, and he is a shooter, you just got to keep putting them up when you're open, and eventually it will lend itself to starting to see it go through like he did early on.
Middleton through the defense will earn a trip to the free throw line.
Man, Chris Middleton had been aggressive out of the gates. You mentioned it. He was scoreless the other night against Milwaukee, but he's been finding a lot of those crevices. He's got the ability to work the intermediate game, but also how he finds those windows to get to the basket.
Washington is just 7-14 when Middleton does play. Now, they're 1-10 without him. So you see the immediate impact that he can make. And a calming presence along with McCollum in the final year of a 3-year, $93 million contract, a 3-time All-Star, gold medal in the Tokyo Olympics right after winning an NBA championship with Milwaukee. And it just feels like he's been a shoo-in to be a double-digit guy. He's at 9.8 points per game right now, but as we've seen in the early minutes, that skill set is still very much there.
Absolutely. And you mentioned it, players like him, we talked about CJ, that type of veteran, just leadership presence, example for young players becomes so important.
Clowney, pump, drive on Sarr, and bulldozes for an offensive foul. It's Middleton there to take it. It'll be Washington possession on another Brooklyn turnover. Jordi Fernandez talked about two things: taking care of the basketball being one, but more specifically, getting back on transition defensively against this team. It's a team that's been top 10 in pace in the NBA each of the last 3 years. One of 3 teams that can say that. Sarr showing the physicality, fades, and fills it up.
You want to talk about someone that made a jump this season, just getting more acclimated, comfortable, what he's doing on both ends.
On the pocket pass, it's Sharp who hangs, but it was impacted by Sarr at the rim. Middleton, McCollum, extra, corner, Johnson, pump, put it on the board. It has been a 3-point barrage since taking over in the starting lineup. Now 12 of 18 from 3 since becoming a starter. Sharp on the outside for Mann. Knife his way through. Mann physically gets in, and that was a beautiful seal by Sharp for the bucket.
You nailed it. That's exactly what it was, especially for a shot blocker like Sarr to keep him away from coming over.
That's the start of this game, 4 for 8. Washington is a perfect 6 for 6. On the drive, around the horn, Sarr attacks, hangs, floats, too strong. First miss is collected by Washington. Deep 3, McCollum. Tillman, oh, beautiful up-ahead pass, and Clowney puts it home, and the foul. Acrobatic finish on the dime from Tillman.
What a break by Brooklyn. You said it starts with this rebound, and this is just a dot by Tillman right up to Clowney. Nice catch, the jump stop, finding his way to pick up some contact. And for Brooklyn, it's interesting watching just how they played through the course of the season, because you look at them by the numbers and the pace isn't that high and it doesn't feel it, but they are very good when they can execute and find some early offense, get out on the run. And especially for a group like this, when you have players that are trying to figure out exactly where your offense is going to come from. Missing Michael Porter Jr. one, and we saw how much that affected them last night, but also without Nick Claxton, just kind of getting loose and getting into the teeth of a defense.
Tillman tried to move his feet and stay in front, but Coulibaly did a nice job of beating him to the spot for the foul. For Brooklyn last night, 120-96 loss at home to Houston. Battled well in the first half, and that's really what Jordi Fernandez, one of his biggest takeaways was, battled well enough to stay in the game and stay within striking distance, but eventually the missed shots got to them mentally and broke some of that spirit. Listen up, Brooklyn. The Nets host LA in BK Friday, January 9th. Come through for Brooklyn's team as they take on the Clippers. Lock in your tickets now at brooklynnets.com or via Ticketmaster. Brook Lopez, part of the hottest team in the NBA right now.
Man, Brook, hey, they've been playing. Brook seems like he's got himself back, his magic back.
Inserted in the
Magic,
starting
I was trying to think of a Disney reference. I came up with nothing.
I got what you were going for. He's wished upon a star, and it's worked out for him. Open look, McCollum. Timeout, Jordi Fernandez. It's been an offensive barrage for Washington. 7 of 9 to start this game, already up to 20. Not even midway through the first.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it. Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice. The Brooklyn Nets select Danny Wolf.
Now, Danny Wolf, welcome to Brooklyn.
Wolf to the runway. And the throwdown.
What do you call a lost wolf?
A werewolf. That's good. Good.
It comes down to being ready for when your name's called and just taking advantage of the opportunity.
20-12 with 6:48 to play in this opening quarter. Here are the latest live odds from FanDuel. Tonight's total is set at 230.5. A lot of points between these two young teams. So Washington has lived up to their end of the bargain offensively with 20 points, not even midway through this first quarter. Jordy Fernandez's team was one of the best defensive teams in the NBA when they went 7-4 in December. It's the only month this year so far that they've been over 500. Happened one time last year, going 6-5 in February. But the defense was stupendous. Just 104.6 points allowed. Been highly documented in Nets world, best in the NBA. The question is, can they find that identity again, which Jordy talked about with rebounding and getting back transitionally defensively, and can they make shots like this one from Williams?
Zaire Williams came and played last night in a way that was just really impressive, showing his professionalism, had a couple DNPs. A big part of it, too, is just how good his three-point shot has looked.
Sarr can't get it back, and Tillman clears the board. So Sharp is already sitting. They're going with a little bit of a smaller lineup with Sarr on the other side, as Williams, Clowney, Wolf, Tillman, and Mann are the group. Williams will try again. Can't hit this time, and the weak side board falls to Sarr. Starting five still out there for Washington. All five have scored. Column, step back, created just enough space to knock it through.
And that's where he's so good, when he can operate in the mid-range, create his own shot, find that space. And we're talking about defensively and finding that rhythm and what these substitutions like. A big part of that just has been the positional size across the board and the versatility that they have in their ability to switch.
Mann looking to attack with 5 on the clock. Mann has to force. Short. Might have got a piece. Coulibaly, one of the elite defensive trait type of players, as Wolf's going to pick up the foul in transition.
Nice job here. Gentleman drawn in the defense. A little drop back pass to Zaire Williams, who nails it from the wing. And then C.J. McCollum, pump fake. Create some space on the step back. Very surgical on the offensive side. And two, I think, we saw it through the month of December. Like, the offense and defense so often goes hand in hand, and that's such a big part of it. We mentioned Michael Porter Jr.'s name a lot, and just the type of way that everyone just gets put in a certain place on the offensive side feels a level of comfort. That also lends itself to what you can do defensively.
Bob Carrington comes up short as Traore moved his feet. Get up ahead to him. Now he'll slow it down. Jordy Fernandez wants to see him get into the paint, collapse the defense, make plays from there. Keep saying just hit singles. Don't go for the home run every time. This time he's tripped up and draws the foul.
This is a learning process. I mean, these 19-year-old rookies just getting acclimated to the game, what that looks like, and there are going to be highs and lows, and you can't ride with every single moment of every game. It's about the process and how you show up, how you learn from those opportunities and continue to work to get better. And we've seen that from all of these guys. I mean, you look at what Yegor, it's not been perfect every night out. There's been some really high flash.
As Marvin Bagley will check in for Washington, Sarr will sit. So Champagnie on the floor with Bagley, Carrington, Coulibaly, and McCollum. It's Wolf, Williams, Traore, Clowney, and Tyrese Martin now on the floor for the first time. The Frenchman gets it back to a two-possession game, just under 5 to play in this opening quarter. It's looking for win number 11 on the season, just ahead of Washington in the standings, 13th in the Eastern Conference. McCollum, the fend off and finish. 10 first quarter points for CJ. Seasoning to his game over these years. He's been a lethal scorer for a long time in the NBA. On the bounce, Clowney will try again. Off the heel into the hands of Wolf. Attack mode to the rim, couldn't bank it home, but a foul. Carrington tried to stay in front, and he'll pick it up.
You talk about areas to try and take advantage of Washington. Offensive rebound being one. Wolf coming up with that. Can get the follow in the layup to go, but does get himself to the line.
Back-to-back days, back-to-back starts for Danny Wolf. Jordi Fernandez has been so open about how much he's encouraging Wolf to go out there and play with a high level of aggression, which I'd imagine from a player's perspective has to be the best thing you can hear from your coach. Is like, no, dude, we want you to do more. Do more of what you do.
Well, and I think, too, just the word that Jordi Fernandez was using and saying that was the efficiency in playmaking, efficiency, and how we think about efficiency so often, what you're doing shooting, but there's an efficiency to how you're doing all the other things on the floor, and that's a big part of it, especially for a player like Danny Wolf, where you expect him to bring a variety of things to the table, especially offensively.
Carrington back outside. A.J. Johnson, who was acquired midway through last year and showed some real flashes of brilliance, is out there for the first time for Washington as Carrington comes up a little strong. Traore in transition, attacks, can finish. Looked like it might have been poked off. Still up for grabs. Carrington finally does. Oh, the advanced pass to Champagnie for the deuce. A quick look ahead for one of the quickest playing teams in the league. Good ball movement by Brooklyn. Patience, Williams, bucket.
Excellent shot fake by Zaire Williams. Get that three-point look off.
You mentioned just the presence of mind after being out of the rotation essentially for a couple of games to come in, play the way he did yesterday, and already early in this game showing no signs of any lack of confidence or aggression as Bagley cleans up the miss.
And that's what you give a credit to a lot of these players, whether it's him, you look at a Tyrese Martin, just Jalen Wilson, how they are just as excited for their teammates. When they're on the bench, when they're playing, when they're not, and you've seen that collectively from this group as a whole.
Champagnie, blocked by Sharp. Erased that one at the apex. Martin on the fend-off. The bounce, Traore couldn't finish it. Quickly the other way. Will Riley, the rookie out of Illinois, has that one swatted. Williams says no.
Seen some nice rim protection by Brooklyn in a handful of these possessions. Zaire Williams, strong start. Despite the 6-point deficit here for Brooklyn.
Timeout on the floor. Brooklyn battling well, shorthanded on the road in D.C.
Step inside the game you love with the NBA app. Tap to watch every game as it's happening.
Jalen Brunson does it again!
And never miss a moment of the jaw-dropping action. Get closer to the players than anywhere else. Follow the latest schedules, scores, and stats. Keep up with every story from across the league. And with NBA ID, it's all personalized to you. The game lives here. Download today.
Here's the deal. We gotta set ourselves up. See, retirement is the long game. We can't play about our future or our finances. Make moves, set up goals. Don't worry about a setback. Just save up, stack up to reach them. Let's put ourselves in the right position. Pre-game to greater things. This is pre-tirement.
Fans, remember Nets games on Yes are streaming live on the Gotham Sports app, included for free with eligible TV provider subscription. Download the Gotham Sports app now and check out all the great Nets content, including game recap, post-game sound, and the Nets pod with Sarah Kustok.
Hey.
That's exactly the sound that you're supposed to make when your name is said. Hey. Speaking of, let's see if we've got a good listener. Megan Triplett has more about Jaeger Dioman.
Hey, Noah, it's great to see Jaeger Gioman back in the lineup after missing last night's game due to low back soreness. You know, he's coming off of a game where he set Brooklyn's rookie record with a career-high 7 3-pointers. And I spoke to Jaeger before that game, and he told me that he's just feeling much more comfortable right now. And he said it's easier for him to be on the court physically and mentally. He said mentally meaning he's understanding the game better, adjusting and growing the right way. He said being able to spend the amount of time on the court that Jordy has given him has been an honor. And he just wants to be efficient, wants to be everywhere, and wants to impact the game in many different ways. And he's really done that thanks to Ben Bagley with Nets PR. He told me that Jaeger right now has the most 3-pointers made through 28 career games for a rookie in Nets history.
It's pretty impressive. The shooting has been obvious for anybody who watches, but the thing that really sticks out from the beginning of the season to now is how much better he's handling the physicality on the court.
Big time. Handling the physicality, even the tightness of his handles and handling the ball.
Riley, no good. And Powell swallows up his first board.
I think, too, we say this often, but he's taken some really big shots and hit some clutch shots in important moments.
The lob couldn't finish. Sharp tried to tap it in instead of guiding it home.
And I think that's indicative of a player that anyone that wants the ball in those crucial times is something that you love to see.
Harrington snakes his way for a bucket. Bub has played much better since the slow start to the season. Double digits in 10 of his last 11 games, 15 points per game over that span.
And not to mention the efficiency, shooting nearly 48% from 3 in that time.
Kyle can't respond from the outside. Bagley cleans, and here comes Riley the other way. Johnson stops, pops, can't hit the 3. Rebound up for grabs. It's claimed by Champagnie. It's a Wizards team playing with a lot of confidence, and we're seeing it on the offensive end. Timeout Brooklyn with 1:23 to play in the opening quarter and a 10-point game.
A mesothelioma diagnosis changes everything. But with Weitz and Luxembourg at your side, you're never alone. For decades, we've fought and won for families facing these battles with compassion, experience, and courtroom strength. Let our family help yours through every step ahead. Call 917 Lawyers today. That's 917 Lawyers. Weitz and Luxembourg, standing with you when you need it most.
The Brooklyn Nets select Danny Wolf.
Yo, Danny Wolf, welcome to Brooklyn. Wolf with a runway and the throwdown. Oh, that made it 2 house. Chill, Danny. Ayo, sheesh.
What do you call a lost wolf? A werewolf. That's good. Good.
A wolf among sheep.
It comes down to being ready for when your name's called and just taking advantage of the opportunity.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program, and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Hola, Brooklyn. The Nets are celebrating Brooklyn's Hispanic communities Wednesday, January 7th for Noche Latina. Enjoy music, food, and an atmosphere only Brooklyn can provide as the Nets tip off against the Magic. Grab your tickets at BrooklynNets.com or via Ticketmaster. The Nets trying to find some level of comfort here in D.C. Offensively, it has been a slow start, 7 of 20, 3 of 9 from 3. Washington's 54% from the floor, led by McCollum's 10 points. Right now it's an all-bench unit with Carrington, Champagnie, Bagley, Johnson, and Riley as Traore muscles one home.
You talked about it. Jordy Fernando saying I want to see him get to the basket downhill, continuing to make sure that he's working vertically.
The way that he said it, he wants him to go towards the basket, not away from the basket. And certainly showcasing it there, and then showing a little bit of the defense. Riley lost the basketball, picked up by Bagley, and he's fouled on the way up by Clowney.
Traore just finding a little bit of seam here. Does a good job just slicing right to the hoop. And this is a lineup, not to say that it makes it that much easier, but Alex Sarr is one of the best shot blockers, if not the best shot blocker in the league, tied for the best average overall. And a lot changes, and I think for the Nets as they're trying to figure out exactly where they're going to find their offense from, what things look like missing such key pieces. A big part of that does come from just loosening up the defense, trying to get downhill, hoping then that will open things up from the three-point line for you.
See the 2 personal fouls on Clowney, same with Danny Wolf. So 2 Nets starters already with 2. They just don't have a ton of bodies available to them here tonight, as Bagley is perfect on a pair and gets it back to a 10-point game. So Clowney, Williams, Traore, Martin, and Powell running the show here for Brooklyn. It's Martin off the heel. Rebound. Pinballs around, out of bounds, staying here. 34.1 on the clock, so a 2-for-1 still available for Brooklyn if they go quick on this out of bounds. And now it's going to be an early challenge. So the green light is on with 34 seconds remaining in this opening quarter. Washington doesn't like the ruling on the floor. Jordi Fernandez doesn't like the idea of a challenge in this opening quarter. So for
timeout's been called, a challenge rolling on the floor.
Keefe, head coach, former assistant in Brooklyn from 2021 to 2023, has brought a number of his fellow assistants from Brooklyn with him as well. In his second full season, 3rd season as the head man in Washington, you can start to see now really coming together what this group might look like moving forward. And they're hoping that they can get the call in their direction here, as it was a battle. Bagley and Clowney, remember, it was called Brooklyn ball on the floor. And it's got to be conclusive that it's definitely not Brooklyn basketball.
Well, it hits Clowney's back, but I'm not sure if it hits Bagley's arm.
Right, does
too.
it graze?
It almost, based on the trajectory of the ball as it's coming off. Watch it hit Clowney right there in the back, but it looks to me like, based on how the ball changes the direction it's bouncing, it almost looked like it hit Bagley's arm, then again after it hit Noah's back.
So again, it would have to be obvious that it is out of bounds off of Clowney. Even if it rolls off of Bagley's arm, which it looks like it does right there, then it would be Brooklyn basketball and a lost challenge for the rest of the game for Brian Keefe. Let's see what they eventually come up with. Scott Foster, and year number 32 as an NBA official. Brandon Schwab, year number 5 as a full-time official. Brandon Adair is in his 8th season. Went from every level, from high school to low-level college to high-level college to G League to NBA in his journey. They confer with the Replay Center in Secaucus, New Jersey, for Washington, trying to keep this hot vibes going. They're starting the season 3-20. They have won 5 of their last 9 coming in. Nets trying to get back in the win column after the loss last night, get their first.
After review, it's been determined that the call on the floor will stand due to no clear and conclusive evidence. The ball hit Clowney's back. Then there was no clear and conclusive evidence that it didn't hit Bagley's arm.
Scott Foster's going to tell the facts like they are. They're facts. And he delivered with fervor.
Well, you're sitting here at 10. Everyone has different strategies for when and how and why they challenge, but sitting here with a 10-point lead into the first quarter, and tough then not to have a challenge for the remainder of the game when it would have just been a change of possession.
Now can Brooklyn take advantage with a 2-for-1 here? Get in from Martin. Cross, drive, long strides. Martin can't finish. And now just a 2.5-second difference shot clock and game clock as Carrington will slowly make his way across. Picked up on the outside by Martin. 12 to shoot. They'll run the action with 8 on the shot clock. Carrington off the Bagley screen. Hook it. Johnson, drive it. Had it knocked away. Martin with 2 seconds left, and he's fouled. No. Double dribble and gives it right back with 2.1 on the clock to Washington. So it looked like Brooklyn had the stop and a chance at a heave. Instead, C.J. McCollum will come back in with a chance to extend this 10-point cushion.
And you have time for a catch and quick dribble here and put it up.
Carrington will trigger. McCollum already with 10 points. Trying to free him instead. Champagnie will put it up and in at the horn. Washington cashes in on the critical Brooklyn mistake and extends the lead to 13 as we go to the second.
A tough way to finish the first quarter after you get a block and have possession, but Champagnie just coming through. This is a nice play, smooth looking 3-point shot, and Washington leads by 13.
You have a UTI at 30,000 feet. Good thing you can chat with an Amazon One medical provider from anywhere. Now just brace your urethra for turbulence.
If history has taught us anything, it's not to root against the underdog. Against impossible odds. You don't stand down. You swing first. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The Brooklyn Nets select Danny Wolf.
Yo, Danny Wolf, welcome to Brooklyn.
Wolf with a runway and a throwdown. Oh, that may get too high.
Chill, Danny. Ayo, sheesh.
What do you call a lost wolf? A werewolf. That's good. Good.
A wolf among sheep.
It comes down to being ready for when your name's called and just taking advantage of their opportunity.
Start of the second quarter with the Nets down 13, and tomorrow afternoon on Yes, tune in for an Atlantic 10 Conference Women's Hoops matchup as St. Bonaventure battles Richmond at 3 o'clock. Don't miss the Bonnies tomorrow on Yes, Gotham Sports app. Well, an 11-2 run by Washington in the last 3:07 of that first quarter has given them this cushion as we begin the second. A.J. Johnson stays out there along with Carrington, Bagley, Riley, and Champagnie who hit the buzzer beater. Jalen Wilson on the floor for Brooklyn. The Euro and finish for the rookie Will Riley. Came in highly touted going to Illinois. Expected to be a one and done, but had a rocky middle portion of his season. Did enough late to prove that he should be a first-round pick, as Powell has an easy run to the rim for 2.
You mentioned it, though. There's a lot of high prospects and upside when you look at the core and the youth of this Wizards team.
As Bagley pushes it home. Right, it's a very similar trajectory as to what Brooklyn is doing as well. You accumulate a lot of youth and a lot of talent and let them develop together. This is a Wizards core that now has had a number of games under their belt, and you can see a chemistry is starting to form with a lot of these younger players as Traore dribbles it off his foot out of bounds. The 5th Nets turnover. I think the stat that showcases it for Brian Keefe and the Wizards is exactly this. 10 players, 22 or younger on the roster, which is the most in the NBA on the opening night. They also have 51% of the team's minutes accounted for by players who are 22 or younger. But then you combine that, as we talked about, with guys like C.J. McCollum and Chris Middleton, and you see the benefits of the combination of all that youth with a couple of important vets as Johnson sticks a 3.
And that's always the balance. And to me, the sticking point of it, you have to also have those guys in the locker room that have a lead by example type of approach, and we mentioned that with CJ and Chris, and you've seen that with the Nets. We talked a lot about that with the Michael Porter Jr., with Nick Claxton, with some of the guys that help these younger players just understand what it takes to be a pro on a daily basis.
For Washington, they did not have that as Powell finds Nylon as shooting practice in the corner. It took them until the trade deadline last year to bring in Middleton. They had Marcus Smart for the second half of last season and then made the deal to bring McCollum in with this group. It was Jordan Poole, who was a member of the Wizards last season, traded Kyle Kuzma at the deadline as Riley gets inside, hooks it in for Bagley's bucket.
It's just been way too easy for Washington to penetrate and get inside, and their playmaking in the interior around the basket.
Already 10 Wizards assists on 18 made field goals. Powell, physical, is fouled by Carrington. Drake Powell coming in. He's been aggressive in his early minutes here. We'll have a chance for 2 more at the line.
And that's, for Powell, we've seen that. The ability to get downhill. He's got explosiveness to his game. A good feel of where and how to find those seams. And this is where Zaire Williams gets hit in the face, or along that play where things broke down.
Drake Powell, 5 minutes already with 6 points to go with 1 rebound. Joey Fernandez always implores his team to control what they can control and play to the best of their ability. Heard that a lot last night after the game, that he says, look, I expect guys like Nolan Traore and Danny Wolf and Drake Powell, these rookies who are still getting their first taste of NBA action on a consistent basis, to try to do the right things all the time. Their intentions are always going to be right, but it's a challenge over the course, especially of your first NBA season. Again, the Wizards are a great example. You're seeing these second-year players, guys like Sarr and Carrington and A.J. Johnson, take a clear leap that comes with time and experience, and Brooklyn is getting that on the fly.
And I think some of that, too, even just understanding the scouts and the study, the personnel, seeing multiple teams in a row, knowing players, all of that. You always hear about the speed of the game, timing. That is a part of the acclimation.
Johnson pump and drive, stop on a dime, back outside for Riley with 12 to shoot. He'll fire. Way off on the 3, out of bounds. The other thought is with what Jordy Fernandez has talked about. This is a Brooklyn team that's played the fewest games in the NBA, only 31 coming in. Washington's only played 32. But you're going to have stretches now, you mentioned, over the next 5 weeks, 4 games at minimum each week for the younger players, where now how does your body hold up? What are your habits looking like? What are your routines looking like? How do you change that over the course of the season so that you can have that durability that's necessary through 82? You got 17 games in the month of January alone as Traore fends off and finishes.
Yeah, think about the difference of an 11-game month in December to 17 in January. It's a big shift in your approach.
Carrington, around it goes. Corner 3, just off the mark for Champagnie. Pulled in by Traore. Up ahead, Powell, cross, drive, explosion to the rim. Fast break, perfection for Brooklyn.
A little shoulder shimmy there by Drake Powell, just blowing past the defense. And
nearly a turnover. Champagnie now attacks. Back outside, right through the hands of Williams, but then it knocked off of Johnson and out of bounds. It's a turnover.
Slow handoff here, Traore. The hesitation and then penetration right to the basket. Drake Powell doing much of the same here on the break, finding some early offense. And it feels like they picked things up a little bit, even too, in what they can do defensively in transition. So you're not back on your heels all the time, getting back in transition defense.
So Powell will sit with 9 points in 7 minutes of action. Wilson, Traore, Sharp, Clowney, and Wolf the 5. Traore hook. Oh, Sharp went for the finish, and Sarr, the long arm of the law inside. Sarr running the floor, and he can't finish. Sharp with good hustle to get back defensively. Now Brooklyn trying to push. Lob it inside. It's Sharp, the patience and the finish.
What a sequence for Day'Ron Sharp. That's an excellent job. You said the track back, getting back on the defensive side when it looked like Sarr should have a dunk, and then down at the other offensive end, the composure.
On the short roll, it's Sarr. Kick out. Riley's 3 is basically a pass to Champagnie for 2.
Champagny just, he's got such good instincts, and it feels like he always finds some of those cleanup plays and in the right place, right time.
Just over 5 minutes gone in the second quarter. Brooklyn trailed by 13 after 1, down 11 here. Clowney steps back, his triple, short, rebound, fought for, taken in by Sarr. Coming off a double-double with 20 and 11, his 8th double-double of the season in the win at Milwaukee. Bounce around Carrington on a reload. 10 to shoot. Knock away. Traore the steal. Traore a free run to the rim and a lay at home. The swipe and score for the Frenchman. Timeout Washington as the Nets are within single digits.
Traore is showing the burst, and it starts at the defensive end. Nice play there, reaching out for the steal and then finishing on the other end. There's some stride, some length. Brooklyn trying to get back into this one, down 9.
Half protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better protection from online threats. Get NordVPN now.
The Brooklyn Nets select Danny Wolf.
Yo, Danny Wolf, welcome to Brooklyn.
Wolf with a runway and a throwdown. Oh, that may get too high.
Chill, Danny. Ayo, sheesh.
What do you call a lost wolf? A werewolf. That's good. Good.
A wolf among sheep.
It comes down to being ready for when your name's called and just taking advantage of the opportunity.
I have sickle cell. I've had lots and lots of blood transfusions over my lifetime. I'm most grateful that people are willing to go out there and take their time, their blood, and give me new life.
Getting together with friends and family is one of life's greatest joys. But with the rise in misleading rumors that have sparked some confusion and worry about vaccines, our treasured community immunity could be at risk. Vaccines are one of the greatest innovations in modern medicine. Vaccines prompt children's immune systems to recognize and resist a disease. By making sure your child's immune system is ready to activate, vaccines help your child stay active, healthy, and safe. And high rates of immunization stop preventable diseases from spreading through our families, schools, and communities. It's true. Together, we're all healthier when everyone is vaccinated. So let's get together and let's thrive together. Talk with your pediatrician today about keeping up or catching up on routine childhood immunization. This message is brought to you by the American Academy of Pediatrics.
Let's go back on this date in Nets history.
What we got?
January 2nd, 2009. Vince Carter at the Izod Center against the Atlanta Hawks. That's a winner.
Okay, BC.
From deep, Vince, butter, nothing but nylon. And then let's go 5 years after that, January 2nd, 2014. This is one of the all-time greats. Over Serge Ibaka. You remember Ibaka got a fingertip
I was sitting there on the sideline. This changed the whole trajectory of the season. And it's 10 and 21 at that time. You remember that is after the Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce trade. Jason Kidd is the head coach, and things started very, very subpar for that group with such high expectations. And that shot, that game, everything about it, they reeled off. I don't know what the record was since then, but obviously going to the second round of the playoffs. But that shot felt like such a big shift in what that season was.
I think 34 and 17, does that sound right? They finished with 44 wins. So I'm just
do math that quick.
That's why we do words for a living. Come on.
You do words for a living. I don't know what I do.
You do vibes.
I will bring the vibes.
That one knocked around into the hands of Tioman. Clowney, pump, spin, drive. Clowney, that is tough, and he'll get free throws as a result. Forcing the issue and forcing the foul to bring the Nets back within single digits again.
And if you're Brooklyn, not a lot has necessarily went very right here in this first start to the first half. Washington 13 points off your turnovers. You're shooting under 31% from three, but you're right here in it.
Well, it's time for another Kids Day in Brooklyn. On Sunday, January 4th, the Nets tip off against the Nuggets, and Barclays Center will have action for the whole fam. First 5,000 kids through the doors get a free Nets blind box. Grab your tickets at brooklynnets.com or on Ticketmaster.
Word on the street is we have another kids reporter.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Alex Sarr taking flight. All I know is if either team's score is at 67 points, that building will be deafening.
We could only hope.
Well, that's one way to put it. Clowney drives. Rebound Sharp. Couldn't put it back in, but he's fouled by Sarr. It'll be number 1 on the Wizards big.
Man, Alex Sarr just turns the corner, got a runway. Yegor Joman making a business decision on that one. Lets him go, throws it down.
Would you say that Yegor's a good businessman then?
I would honestly, I would trust Yegor more than I trust a lot of people in my life. He seems very responsible.
Well, if you want to know how responsible, you can tune into the Nets pod with Sarah Kustok and Yegor Dioman. Was that your second episode?
It was the second episode. Yegor was awesome. Noah, tremendous. Taught me how to do a Rubik's Cube, the latest, Michael Porter Jr., and he was spectacular just going through his journey, his time here with Brooklyn. Acclimation to the team, leadership role, obviously having an all-star start to the season by all accounts.
25.8 points per game on 49, 41, 81 splits. Uber efficient. Alex Sarr with another uber efficient finish.
And he's a force getting to the basket, but these breakdowns have just given him way too much runway and clear lane.
Knock away. Middleton the steal. The bounce. Johnson couldn't finish. Got a little ahead of himself on the fast break. Now can Brooklyn capitalize? Down by a dozen. They surround Day'Ron Sharp, and a foul's going to be called. It's McCollum picking up his first. And the final to give for Washington in the second quarter. Wilson in, Sharp out. So again, going with Sharp on the bench. It'll be Wolf and Clowney as the two bigger players on the floor, with Dioman, Wilson, and Mann, who will trigger. 14 to shoot for Clowney. Handoff. Dioman looks to turn the corner. Stops, floats, can't hit. Rebound. Clowney, pump, knock away. It's Sarr with a block. And then Clowney with a takeaway. Clowney attacks, lost the basketball. Johnson secures it. Johnson hooks it. And Sarr will clear it. Ball handling at 7 foot with a 7'4" wingspan. Here's McCollum. Stop, bounce, Sarr, give and go. McCollum the finish.
That's a really good two-man game. Quick with the chemistry.
Pretty from the start. Brooklyn shooting just 40% from the floor. Washington still at 58. Now another turnover. Middleton, lob it up. He just figured he's got young legs. Coulibaly tried to do the rest, and he's fouled.
And turnovers have been a major issue for Brooklyn, and trying to keep the ball out of the paint. Just beautiful job there between McCollum and Sarr. And that's the type of stuff, you know, Joman on McCollum, but just understanding how you got a lot of players, in particular that like CJ McCollum, that's going to move without the basketball. As soon as he gets off of it, he's going to look to open himself up to get it back again. And those are the areas that there needs to be just a little bit more sharpness.
A lot of French influence on the floor today.
Yeah, you've said Frenchman a couple times.
Yes, because you got Coulibaly.
I didn't know who you're talking about.
Sarr and Traore. It shows the continuing growing strength in French basketball. At Olympics in 2024, as Middleton pushes one through, showcased that they're right on the doorstep, and you got to wonder in 2028 as they continue to grow. Wilson's three a little too strong, and rebound does go to one of those young Frenchmen in Coulibaly. Here he is in control. Trey Johnson lost the handle. 15 to shoot. Disjointed possession. Won't matter. Middleton's wide open. Can't hit the three. Oh, the follow jams too strong by Coulibaly.
And he got up.
7'3" wingspan for the point guard. He used every bit of it as Jordi Fernandez will call the timeout with 2:58 to play in this opening half.
Brooklyn catches a break here. Coulibaly off a trampoline. Woo.
Caitlin Clark from the logo.
Life would be easier if I could do everything from the logo.
Allow me to assist.
Image. Now that's a tomato. Sheboygan.
The answer is Sheboygan. State Farm with the assist.
If history has taught us anything, it's not to root against the underdog. It pays to know what's coming.
Check the group chat.
Every great leap began with a bold first step. And there's no shortage of second chances. Against impossible odds, you don't stand down. You swing first. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Please just leave me alone.
The Brooklyn Nets select Danny Wolf.
Yo, Danny Wolf, welcome to Brooklyn. Wolf with a runway and a throwdown.
What'd you call a lost wolf? A werewolf. That's good. Good.
It comes down to being ready for when your name's called and just taking advantage of their opportunity.
2:58 to play in this first half. 58-42. It's been Washington in front really from the start. It's time for a guess.
Rashid Tyree time. What you got? What you got, Rashid?
I mean, this is an interesting one. Nets and Wizards, lefty style. Difficulty level is a free throw. Traded by the Nets for a pick that became Nick Claxton. Is it Trevor Booker, Jared Dudley, Randy Foye, or Shabazz Napier? Of those four, I think the answer is staring. As Daron Sharp follows and finishes. It's a lot of silence.
Are we giving it after halftime?
I would assume after halftime. The answer is Coulibaly sneaks behind the defense. This hot Wizards team has continued the way that they've played of late. They won both their games against Memphis this year, season sweep of the Grizzlies. Remember that Washington took 2 of 3 matchups last year. The Nets winning here at the end of last season. Drew Timme had a game-winning goaltend call.
Oh, that's right.
It was a Timme drives and Timme scores.
Man, that feels like some 100 years ago.
It does feel like a long time ago. I just remember the allergies. That's why I won't forget it. On the turnaround, Sarr comes up short.
Your allergies were kicking?
Yeah, it was the cherry blossom bloom day.
Oh!
That was among the worst pollen days I've ever experienced
remember that because I
in my life.
accidentally wore a pink dress that was the color of cherry blossoms.
Everybody was really excited.
Everyone in the arena thought I did it intentionally.
Danny Wolf comes up short. And it's 40 to play in this opening half. Brooklyn, again, has struggled to make shots, but defensively, just trying to stay in front of a young and hungry Wizards team. Sarr might have walked, then he just lost his footing. Ball was up for grabs, and then ripped away by Wilson. And forced the turnover. Wolf for Gilman. Cross court, ricocheted off the hands. And the foul is called. Coulibaly did everything himself and earns himself a trip to the line.
And for Brooklyn, it's just been a hard go trying to be mindful of protecting the basketball. Wizards have had a lot of runouts, a lot of opportunities off of the turnovers.
Coulibaly to the free throw line. 75% shooter. Shape U.S. versus world rosters by voting for your All-Stars. Use your NBA ID to select your players every day on the NBA app. Every vote gives you a chance to win a free trip to NBA All-Star 2026. It's going to be fun out there. Intuit Dome.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Intuit Dome, Michael Porter Jr. very much in the running to have a position on that USA team.
What do you think about the changes, the tweaks?
I'm excited for it. I'm very excited. The players seem to be into it. Certainly the world players feel like they have something to play for. We got to see it on the hockey side last year. Terrence, man, straight line drive for an easy bucket.
You're a hockey fan?
I'm not. It's hard. When you're in the middle of NBA season, how could you pay attention to anything else?
It's locked in.
The pocket pass and the finish. Alex Sarr showing off a little bit of everything.
Got some really great touch. You had mentioned it earlier, though, the handles to get to the spots on the floor.
The lob and finish. Traore leaves it for man. Traore already doing a much better job of getting 2 feet into the paint so far tonight. McCollum, the leaner doesn't go. Sharp rips down the board. And now a 3-second different shot clock and game clock for Nolan Traore and this Brooklyn defense, Brooklyn offense. 12 to shoot. That's trying to narrow the gap heading into the half. The opposite of what happened at the end of the first. Off the screen. Traore into the paint. Spray it out. Extra for Wolf. His three is well short. Rebound McCollum. And that's going to be a little late. A wild attempt from Chris Middleton. So the Nets trailed by 13 after 1, trailed by 14 after 2. Coming up on the halftime show, Nancy Newman back in our Yes Network studios. A first half breakdown and a look around the rest of the association. Day'Ron Sharpe in his first start of the year leads the way with 12 points and 6 rebounds. CJ McCollum has 12 for Washington. It's a 14-point game after 2 on Yes.
Weitz and Luxembourg secured a record $117 million verdict, the largest ever for a single mesothelioma patient, continuing a decades-long tradition of landmark wins.
Weitz and Luxembourg has consistently delivered for nearly 40 years with a deep, unwavering commitment to excellence, justice, and results. Our firm's capability at trial, our strategic approach to litigation, and our ability to go the distance all serve as a powerful message. When it matters the most, Weitz and Luxembourg delivers.
Do you want to get informed and have a blast while you're at it? Our country is facing polarization like never before. At Inform Your Community, we're on a mission to change that narrative with civility, not hostility. Join fun events like crafting, movies, and games. We also provide infographics, conversations, and videos that help us understand the topics and get along with each other better. Visit informyourcommunity.org for awesome virtual and in-person events. Inform Your Community, a nonpartisan nonprofit.
Everyone loves a champion, someone whose performance puts them head and shoulders above the rest. But not all champions wear a medal or hoist a trophy. At the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, we see champions everywhere we look. In every sport, on every court, we're building a foundation to ensure all athletes are safe, supported, and strengthened. We believe abuse can be prevented by taking a hard look at how we coach, how we train, and how we interact after the last whistle. We've provided millions of safe sport trainings to coaches, athletes, and sport allies. At the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, we're shifting sport culture because every athlete deserves to compete free from abuse.
Welcome inside our Yes Network studio, powered by Optimum Business and the Nets halftime show. It is the back end of a back-to-back for Brooklyn as they pay visit to the Washington Wizards in the nation's capital. For the second night in a row, the Nets are minus some of their key starters, and the Wizards, they took advantage getting off to the very hot start. And the score at the break, it's the Wizards leading 64-50. Let's take you through the first half highlights, and we pick it up in the first quarter. Wizards up 6. The Nets get out in transition. Yegor Jomin finding Noah Clowney. The bucket and the foul. It's a 3-point game. 15-12. Nets trail. A couple of possessions later. This time the Nets turn it over. Koulibaly. Wide open C.J. McCollum for 3. He's got it. The Wizards go up 20-12. Under 4 minutes to go in the opening frame. Zaire Williams fooling the defender with the pump fake, and then from the top of the key, yes, Wizards still up though, 26-22. Final seconds, first quarter, Justin Champagnie. The inbound, the buzzer beater. And the Wizards lead 37-24 after the first quarter of play. On we go, second quarter. Nolan Traore's defense leading to the steal and the easy layup on the other end to bring down the lead to single digits, 48-39. Middle of that second quarter, McCollum, Alex Sarr connecting on the give and go, and McCollum, the floater, as the Wizards just kept the pressure on en route to that 64-50 halftime lead. Halftime stats brought to you by Barclays Center. The Wizards have decisive advantages in overall shooting percentage, three-point percentage. The Nets, they're getting to the line, but they're having trouble keeping the Wizards out of the paint, while Washington is forcing turnovers and turning them into points. Coming up on the Nets Halftime Show, we'll take a look at this night around the NBA and get you set for the second half in the nation's capital. Stay with us.
If there's anything I know, there's no wrong way. As long as it's your way. It could be simple, a little flashy, but sometimes, right there, how's that? You just feel it.
All customers get a profit boost every NFL game day.
As a first responder on screen, I know what it means to act fast in an emergency. In real life, the same urgency can save lives, especially when it comes to a food allergy. For 33 million Americans, one bite can turn an ordinary meal into a life-threatening reaction. And too often, they don't have the one thing that could save them, epinephrine. But emergencies don't wait. And when a severe reaction happens, being prepared makes all the difference. Now, there's a needle-free option, a new way to carry epinephrine that makes it easier than ever to be ready. No needles, no hesitation, just fast, effective treatment when it matters most. Because when the unexpected happens, the best thing you can do is to be ready. Know the risk, know the options. Be ready to act.
The Brooklyn Nets select Danny Wolf.
Yo, Danny Wolf, welcome to Brooklyn.
Wolf with the runway and the throwdown. Oh, that may get too high.
Chill, Danny. Ayo, sheesh.
What do you call a lost wolf? A werewolf. That's good. Good.
A wolf among sheep.
It comes down to being ready for when your name's called and just taking advantage of the opportunity.
This copyrighted broadcast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the express written consent of the NBA.
Welcome back to the Nets Halftime Show as we head toward the second half in Washington. Meanwhile, in Indianapolis tonight, the Spurs, they are without Victor Wembanyama as they take on the Pacers, and we've got some highlights to show you. Pictures, here we go. Spurs and Pacers halfway through the first quarter. Andrew Nembhard attacking the basket, gets it to go off glass. Pacers in front early. Second quarter, just under 10 minutes left. De'Aaron Fox, the step back from the corner. Got it. Spurs come roaring back. They lead 37-34. A couple of minutes later, the rookie Dylan Harper from the other corner knocks down the three. 49-40 Spurs up top. Under 5 minutes to go in the quarter. Julian Champagnie made 11 threes on Wednesday night versus the Knicks. Another corner three here for the Spurs. They led it 59-44, and they've hit the break at 71-58 at halftime. The Spurs came into the night 9-3 this season in games where they did not have Wemby. So they are looking to continue that success as the big man, he is out with a hyperextended knee. Now, he is expected to play tomorrow versus Portland. The Pacers, they're trying to snap a 10-game losing streak, and they're a couple of losses away from tying the longest skid in franchise history. Some other notable games on tonight's slate to tell you about. The Nuggets down 4 starters and a key bench piece, yet they are putting up a fight in Cleveland. Later, the Thunder will try to win their 30th game of the season as they take on a shorthanded Warriors team. No Curry, Butler, or Green for Golden State tonight. That does it for the Nets halftime show. It is Noah Eagle and Sarah Kustok on the call. When we come back with Megan Triblett on reporting duty, more Nets and Wizards coming up. Second half, it is on the way.
If history has taught us anything, it's not to root against the underdog. It pays to know what's coming.
Check the group chat!
Every great leap began with a bold first step. And there's no shortage of second chances. Against impossible odds, you don't stand down. You swing first. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
I was a young dad of 3 amazing kids. And just when you feel like life is starting to come together, you get kind of hit in the face. I was born with a congenital heart defect and had open heart surgery as a kid. I was supposed to go to the heart doctor once a year, and I finally went. I'll never forget, he sat back and he said, yeah, it's time for open heart surgery, or you risk your aorta rupturing, and that's it. I was scared out of my mind. The night before my open heart surgery, I made a goodbye video for my kids, just in case I didn't make it.
Be strong. Take care of your mom. I love you guys.
But I did make it, and I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs funded by the American Heart Association. Their research funded the heart valves that helped save my life. I'm so grateful to have more time with the people I love, doing the things that I love. To learn more about the life-saving work of the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
Nets basketball on Yes is brought to you by netstore.com. Shop the latest Nets gear all year round at the official online store of the Brooklyn Nets. And by State Farm Insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Well done.
Had to bring it, as the Nets will look to bring it in the second half in the district, trailing 64-50 as we get set for the third quarter. And we both felt pretty confident. I mean, I just take that your silence meant confidence in the first half.
I love book clubs.
Okay.
Oh, did I give it away already?
It's okay. I don't think so, because I'm not sure everybody remembers the choices of Guess That Jumper.
That's the only thing
you
I
love
think about
book clubs.
for most of the game.
All right, so here's the jumper. Traded by the Nets for a pick that became Nick Claxton. Is it Trevor Booker, Jared Dudley, Shabazz Napier, or Randy Foye? Maybe Shabazz Napier loves book clubs as well, but your answer is?
It's Trevor Booker.
I would agree with you. And sure is. The lefty, the southpaw, Trevor Booker, played with Brooklyn towards the end of his career.
I will say that was a little bit of a deceiving silhouette, because you almost felt like it looked like a righty shot, and he's lefty, obviously.
Yes.
So I got a little confused until we saw it come out.
Well, I mean, this is one of the greatest shots in NBA history. 0.2 on the clock, just kind of taps it back. He says, yeah, Jordan Shrugg. He tried it with Brooklyn and just didn't have the say. You see, he wanted the pass. Gordon Hayward had the right pass. And Bojan Bogdanovic.
Yeah, that's Bogey's fault.
You're putting on Bogey? You want to let him know?
No,
Bogey, if you're watching, Kustok blames you. 8 NBA seasons with the Wizards, Jazz, Nets, Sixers, and Pacers. 23rd overall pick by Minnesota in 2010. Averaged nearly 7 points, 5.5 rebounds in his career, but 10 points and 8 boards with the Nets. And he was really integral. We talked about the youth and experience in that 16-17 and 17-18 season. You think about what that built leading into the 2018-19 season in which the Nets won 42 games.
No question. An important veteran leader. We've seen a lot of those individuals through the course of this Nets tenure in Brooklyn, just overall. But yeah, Trevor Booker absolutely being one of those, and it's something that right now the Nets have got to dig in on, because they are missing some key pieces, some key veterans. No Michael Porter Jr., no Nick Claxton, Cam Thomas not playing here on the second of a back-to-back, and so young players are getting an opportunity out against this Washington team is very hungry. They're playing very confidently, and they've kind of had their way with Brooklyn here in the first half, in particular how they have turned them over. 19 points off turnovers has been the big story, and the Nets have struggled from the three-point line.
Everybody minus Liddell that's been available has played for Brooklyn. They have gone 10 deep with the 5 coming off the bench. Meanwhile, Washington has gone 10 deep with 5 coming off the bench. Branham, Cooper, and Gill, the only 3 that haven't played for Brian Keefe. It'll be the starting unit on both sides. Wolf, Clowney, Sharp, Mann, and Gilman against Coulibaly, Middleton, Sarr, Johnson, and McCollum. Speaking of, CJ starts the second half with a 3.
Siege, he has been very efficient here tonight. He's really been efficient here through the course of his career with the Wizards, but tonight he's been locked in and had some really clean looks.
15 points in 15 minutes on 6 of 8 shooting, 3 of 4 from 3. Sharp gets tripped up by Sarr. That's 20 on 20. Getting 20-20 vision. That was among the worst jokes I made in 2026.
Sometimes when they're so bad, they're good.
Don't gas me up.
Only 2 days in.
Yeah.
I'm well aware of my candy give up.
I don't know. The Gummy Bears are still crying out. Terrence Mann in and out. Rebound swallowed up. Sharp finds Mann cutting to the rim. And a late foul does come in on Sarr. So Sarr, who is really smart about how he played in the first half, gets a couple of quick fouls here in the second. Second in as many whistles.
Well, nice job by Day'Ron Sharp ripping this one, and then just drops it off to Mann. Yeah, Sarr getting over the top of the forearms.
So Mann will go to the free throw line, 86% on the season. Terrence missing the game yesterday, but has looked to get back into a scoring mindset. He's got 11 games in double figures this year, but 5 straight in which he played, in which he has failed to reach 10 or more points. Came in 0 for his last 7 from 3 in the previous 3 games he's played, and missed his first one from the outside in this second half. Wolf just engulfs that pass. Man now in transition, finding the open space for the slam. Terrence Mann gets upstairs.
Beautiful step around and Middleton.
Sarr at the controls. Hands it for Coulibaly. Bouncer right back for the big man. Sarr spins, fades. And a weak side rebound to Sharp. That's looking to make a little bit of a run to start this third quarter. Gilman left alone. And the rebound just out of the outstretched arms of Sharp. McCollum finds the spot. Brooklyn defense looking a little more locked in to start this third quarter. Terrence Mann, a runway to the rim and a timeout, Washington.
Once again, a nice seal by Day'Ron Sharp to clear that space for Terrence Mann. We saw it in the first half. Does it again. Starts with the defense. You said it, quick on the push. Terrence Mann just stepping through Chris Middleton, and this time, sneaky little screen there as Day'Ron Sharp seals off McCollum, and Mann gets it to go, and that's cutting into the deficit.
Find something extraordinary at the Genesis Signature event. Now is the best time to enjoy exclusive offers. Lease the GB80 for $389 per month or get 1.99% APR. Exclusively at your Tri-State Genesis retailers.
A mesothelioma diagnosis changes everything. But with Weitz and Luxenberg at your side, you're never alone. For decades, we've fought and won for families facing these battles with compassion, experience, and courtroom strength. Let our family help yours through every step ahead. Call 917 Lawyers today. That's 917 Lawyers. Weitz and Luxenberg, standing with you when you need it most.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy, It's a commitment. Especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
The Brooklyn Nets select Danny Wolf.
Yo, Danny Wolf, welcome to Brooklyn.
Wolf to the runway and the throwdown.
What'd you call a lost wolf? A werewolf. That's good. Good.
It comes down to being ready for when your name's called and just taking advantage of the opportunity.
11-point game with 10:21 to play in the third quarter. Time now for Hello Brooklyn. All season long, we want you fans to display your love for the Nets and your community. Well, here's a question. We've got a name that's I-A-N along with Vinny and Vlada. You going Ian or Ian?
I feel a lot of pressure, so I'm going nothing. This is not my read. This is your read.
Well, it's
and you
trio
got a dad
from
that
Brooklyn, New York.
May have something to
Yeah,
say
well,
about
he
this.
would say it's Brian without a BR. Showing off their Nets gear while bringing in the new year last night at Barclays Center against the Rockets. And remember, you can post pictures of yourself on social media, spreading love the Brooklyn way, and include the hashtag NetsOnYes. We may spotlight you in a future game. Also, make sure you give us the pronunciation of your name along the way. Sharp gets it back to Dioman, but an offensive foul. Right idea as Dioman relocated. Sharp just couldn't stay in complete control.
Well, good hands here in shooting the gap by Dioman. Yeah, that's a nice play. Go by Coulibaly just setting himself up and getting outside.
Trey Johnson on the outside, gets a screen. Good job by Dioman to move the feet. Now Middleton attacks on Wolf and has that taken away. That's defensive pressure is ramped up in the third quarter. Dioman thought about it. Now it's Mann who's been a spark to start this second half. Bully ball inside. Terrence Mann had it knocked away, but a foul. So 2 more free throws coming for Team Mann to get this to a single-digit deficit. He's already in double figures, now a team-high 12 points, looking for more.
And once again, a nice play on the defensive side that gets this break going. Good patience by Dioman. And then Terrence Mann just imposing his will on the inside. You love to see this. Continues to go right at McCollum. And the Nets have done a nice job getting to the basket, getting downhill. Not always converted every time, but they're putting pressure on the rim. It's just about the balance of how they haven't been able to knock in three-point shots at a consistent rate.
And now with 8 of his 14 points coming in this third quarter, the gamble by Dioman. Johnson looks to capitalize, gets it right back from Sarr. It's McCollum, too strong. Sarr offensive rebound. Battle with Clowney, and he cracks it home.
I mean, his release point is so high. Clowney trying to do his best to put on some pressure and be vertical.
Series of screens for Dioman. Now it's Clowney's turn on the pump. The drive. Oh, he tried to finish, and Sarr met him at the top. Johnson sets the feet and hits the three. He lives up to his name. A tray ball for the tray man.
Man, well, first, Clowney trying to throw this down on Sarr, who leads the NBA in blocks, does a great job just coming over the tracking, the timing, erases it.
Dioman off the sharp screen. Tried to turn the corner, skip pass. Clowney had to bobble and then bring it in. Now it's Dioman with 7 to shoot. Wolf with a jab and drive. Wolf, show and go. Now a little too strong on the float. Rebound tracked down by Middleton, looking to push the pace for Washington. Sarr running the floor. Middleton on the attack. And it's stripped by Dioman. Good hands by the rookie.
Oh, great job, because that was a clean lane for Middleton, if not for that block. You see right here, great strip. Clean play.
Saw the Nets go on a little bit of a run yesterday after going down big. Open look in the corner doesn't go for Coulibaly. On a leak out, Danny Wolf knocked out of his hands by Coulibaly, but off of the face of Trey Johnson.
Well, and you said it, the defense has been better to start this second half. Just, it feels like a little bit more connected, the juice, the movements. Offensively, they're still trying to put the pieces together. Had a hard time just making clean passes, clean catches. It feels like it's not just about the turnovers, but being able to finish off plays.
But for the second consecutive night, they've given up a ton of points off turnovers, and Clowney just can't find the rings. Now 0 for 5 for 3. Washington has 19 points off turnovers tonight. Sarr couldn't contort it in. And the rebound is plucked down by Denny Wolf. Man looking inside for Sharp with a mismatch. Knocked out of bounds by Coulibaly.
And the big difference, too, for the second straight night, the turnover numbers themselves are not that much of a difference. 9 for Washington, 10 for Brooklyn, but points off are 19-6. So they're not able to capitalize on those they get on the Wizards.
Dillman, that was a tough delivery. Just didn't look clean from the start. And Washington takes over with 7:44 to play in the third. Gilman, after that record-setting night against Golden State where he went 7 of 14 from 3, is just 1 for 5 from the floor here tonight. 5 rebounds, 3 assists. McCollum with 15 points, looking for more. Looking to the outside, good. So 4 fouls on Clowney. It's the first team foul in this third quarter. And based on where the feet are.
Was he in the circle?
Yeah, definitely was.
Well inside.
So the correct call sends Middleton to the free throw line. 81% shooter, 797 career games played. For a guy who was a second round pick, 39th overall in the 2014 draft. Or excuse me, the 2012 draft, yes. So he goes 2012, and think about the career that he's had over the course of his time. Just incredible what he's accomplished.
3-time All-Star, NBA champ.
On the outside, good tightrope by Wolf. Had to shovel it for Dillman. Sharp on the drive, sent away. Alex Sarr is paroling the paint, and then Sharp ends up with the easy one. It was saved by Coulibaly, and Sharp says, look what I found. Middleton fending off on the drive. Sarr wants his get back. He won't get it there. 8 to shoot for McCollum. Attacks on man and squeezes it through.
Very little space, and he's just crafty in how he can get off shots.
Sharp, lob it. Dillman, finish it. Nice find, better finish. Here's where Washington likes to move fast, and that's why Alex Sarr hanging on rims. Points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 4 blocks for the second-year man out of France. Dillman step away. Rebound Middleton. Midway through the third, Brooklyn came out, delivered that first punch, but they've been hit back. The counter from the Wizards on the second chance. Middleton in and out. Rebound Coulibaly. Third opportunity. Knock away by Sharp, out of bounds. Champagny and Marvin Bagley will check back in for Middleton and Sarr. Traore will do the same for Brooklyn, and Clowney, even with the 4 fouls, will come back on as Gilman and Sharp will sit. .12 to shoot for Washington. Champagny thought about it. Now a reload for Johnson. McCollum. Johnson, pump, step back 3. And Rebound to Traore, and the late foul does come in. Traore on the clear out with Champagnie.
A little bit too much, and I don't even know if he needed that type of extension push off. But once again, Champagnie in the mix, and that's what we talked about. He's around the ball, and because of it, ends up coming up with a lot of important plays for his team.
His brother Julian just set a Spurs franchise record for threes made in a game, as Will Riley is going to check back in for Washington. Pretty remarkable what both of the twins have done, Julian and Justin Champagnie. Koulibaly will sit, so it'll be Champagnie, Bagley, Riley, Johnson, and McCollum. Here's Will Riley on the outside. Johnson just fumbled into the backcourt. That's a backcourt violation. Turnover number 10 for Washington, but that's partly the difference in the points off turnovers and what Jordi Fernandez talked about with yesterday as well. Despite having less turnovers, they had more live ball turnovers than Houston, and a similar theme so far tonight.
And obviously, no one's going to feel sorry for you. It is a difference, though, and a shift with what the group had in terms of consistency with that starting lineup, with guys that were playing, with what the defense looked like. We can talk a lot about offense, but that was the component of defense as well.
Traore puts the head down. Williams catch and shoot for three.
Good creation. Zaire Williams, he has been one player that has been knocking down three-point shots now, 3 of 5 from deep. 3 of the Nets' 5 3-point makes.
5 minutes to play in the third. Carrington hooks it, and Champagnie finishes it. Third assist for Buff Carrington. Nets try to get it up the floor quickly, and a touch foul on the outside sends Traore to the deck.
Some nice balance here on the floor. Nolan Traore, we've talked about him getting inside. A big part of that helps collapse the defense to open up shots for teammates. Zaire Williams with a nice hit from the corner.
So it's Wilson, Powell, Traore, Williams, and Clowney. 4:45 to play in the third. Second of a back-to-back for Brooklyn before heading home for 3 straight. Williams will try again. Can't hit this time. A good fight by Wilson. That one's out of bounds, staying here.
Nice job. That effort helps retain possession for Brooklyn.
14 on the shot clock. It'll be Denver, Orlando, and the Clippers, the 3 at home for the Nets before heading out on the road at Memphis, at Dallas, at New Orleans. Grind of the season just intensifies from here. On the drive, Wilson cut off. Clowney's 3. Just off the side of the rim. And now 0 for 6 from downtown.
Yeah, just a tough night.
Carrington, nice lead pass. Goes to Bagley for the slam.
And what you can't do if you're Brooklyn is let missed shots deflate you or affect what you're doing defensively, especially getting back.
Drive and kick. Traore got in the paint. Wilson trying to take advantage. Can't do so. Transition offense again with Will Riley. Lob it inside. Traore tried to recover, just a little too late, and Champagnie is there to finish. 13 off the bench for Champagnie. One of 2 players in double figures off the Wizards bench with Bagley. Williams in and out. Bagley the rebound. McCollum with the head up. Off the screen. Down the lane. Champagnie's 3 is good. Timeout called by Jordi Fernandez. The Nets bench wants a technical foul, and they will get it on Champagnie for the gesture towards Brooklyn's side. But the damage is done. It's a 22-point game. Largest lead of the night for Washington.
If history has taught us anything, it's not to root against the underdog. It pays to know what's coming.
Check the group chat!
Every great leap began with a bold first step. And there's no shortage of second chances. Against impossible odds, you don't stand down. You swing first. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
We're filming here.
This is our little planet, New York.
You like the New York energy or you don't? I feel like New York is a queen. Shakespeare would have really liked it here.
We might tell you hurry up when you're walking in front of us, but if you fall, we're gonna help you up.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty.
You don't want to see the place you live dirty.
Everywhere you look, there's a garbage pail.
There's no need to trash the city.
We're doing the city dirty by not doing right by it.
So don't do it.
Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
Well, Nets fans, Michael Porter Jr. is putting up numbers this season. We need to get this man to All-Star Weekend in L.A. Scan the QR code, use your NBA ID or Nets ID, and vote NPJ to send our best west. What a year it's been, nearly 26 points per game. We take a look at the Nets' upcoming schedule, which is brought to you by Ticketmaster. Experience your Nets live with Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the Brooklyn Nets. As mentioned, 3 straight at home, including 2 days off after the Denver game on Sunday. A Denver team without Nikola Jokic and now without Jonas Valanciunas. I don't know who's going to be playing center for that Denver Nuggets team come Sunday, but we're going to find
Holmes.
out. It's
I think
all
he's
possible.
getting his first start tonight. Yeah, still without Christian Brown.
But my question
Gordon,
is, who's
Cam
the
Johnson?
Phillip Rivers of the NBA?
I love the Phillip Rivers story.
It's a great story, but is Marc Gasol ready to go right now? Al Jefferson, what are you doing? Tyson Chandler, what's happening?
I don't know. You never know. I mean, that is a great question. Man, Drew Gooden's sitting down from
He
us.
is.
Looks like he.
Are you allowed, if you're in the Hall of Fame, to sign with the team? Could Dwight Howard sign with the team right now?
No, don't you have to officially, like if you've turned in your retirement papers, I don't think you can't take it back.
Nice cut finish by Jalen Wilson.
Joe Johnson played the 5?
Oh, we know plenty of people. Jamal Crawford plays every single day.
Now we're just tossing out
just names.
Former players. What type of shape do you in?
It's a valid question. Even if you've just been tangentially around the game, it's still helpful to know that you're ready to go. Johnson couldn't hit that over the backboard out of bounds. So A.J. Johnson showed his ability last year. Remember, this is a Washington Wizards team that's playing without Keyshawn George, who's another second-year guy out of Miami, originally by way of Switzerland.
No,
it's actually
Kispert?
Correct, but it's actually Keyshawn George's bobblehead night. I think it's so unfair to be hurt under bobblehead.
You really had a problem with this pregame.
I did.
And then you took 2 bobbleheads and put them in your bag.
We should sorry about that. I have a Zoom background I have to fill up. You know, it's been taking me some time. Look, they got the hair and everything.
It's a great bobblehead.
It is. And there he is. So I guess the hair actually might be bigger in person than on the bobblehead. Either way, he has had a spectacular second season. Nice steal and then a block. Riley got Williams right back on the other end. Bounce on the cut. Perfect ball movement. Leads to a Riley bucket. But I'm just saying, if you're hurt and it's your scheduled bobblehead night, shouldn't they move it a night?
I don't disagree, but I think there's probably a lot more factors that come into play. What if people bought tickets specifically to come to get a bobblehead?
Okay, so if that's the case.
I don't know how that works. I've never worked in.
I'm solving all of everybody's issues right now. So if that's the case, right, I think there should be some form of a link or some kind of email that you can say, hey, I bought this ticket for this bobblehead. Please ship it to my address. This is my address. And they just ship it to you. And then you have a Keyshawn George bobblehead, just like that. But for those who then get lucky, and they made it to the next game when he's available and ready to go, it's like a 2-for-1.
I just know when people give me an email to do something, and it's like an extra added email I have to send, there is 0 chance. It doesn't matter what it is. You could be like, there's $1 million, just send this email.
You're going to say no.
I don't know.
They
Why
said,
are you giving me extra
if
work,
you send
man?
an email to us, we will give you a lifetime supply of candy. What happens?
I'm on a candy strike. I told
you're
you.
right.
I'm 2
You're
days
right.
in.
2 days in. New year, new you. 1:45 to play in this third quarter. Nets looking to keep battling, and that's going to help. The deflection, the steal, Powell ahead of the pack for the slam and the foul. Bagley thought he could catch up, and Drake Powell hit the turbo for a chance for three.
And an excellent job in pushing the pace here by Drake Powell and the pressure defensively. To just create some momentum, some juice. Nets need a little something, and you see right here the hands of Jalen Wilson to start this going, and Drake Powell just surveying where the defense is coming from. Strong with the finish.
A replay brought to you by Citizens. Made ready. Powell does convert, so the Nets now slowly creeping up a little bit. The points off turnovers up to 12. They've done a good job in this third quarter of converting on their opportunities. And another steal, it is. Riley lost the basketball, scooped up by Williams. Lob it towards the rim, too high for Sharp. Right back to Johnson. Gets rid of it, Carrington. Bounce, Riley, three. Blocked, taken in, Champagnie. That's a goaltend. Sharp with a little emphatic message at the end, but the 2 points will count for Champagnie.
And it feels like there's been a lot of those plays. The Nets come up with something, and Washington responds well. This is a great closeout. I mean, a great get back by Zaire Williams. Despite the miss, and then there you see the goaltend.
18 points. Lead all scorers off the bench for Justin Champagnie. And now a steal for Champagnie. A bounce for Johnson. Sidestep, couldn't finish. Rebound up for grabs for Riley. Will Riley showing why he was a first-round pick for Washington this year as he slowly makes his way back down the other end. Traore back for Wilson. Showing some strength, 2 for 1. Sharp will take it. A little strong off the heel. And Riley will take it the other way. There's a 5-second difference, shot clock and game clock, so Washington will hold for a good one. It's Bub Carrington. He's got 4 assists, 16 minutes off the bench. Gets a screen. Carrington dancing. Oh, he lost Traore. Carrington hits the three. Powell takes it the other way, and it's stripped by Bagley. Riley the heave. But oohs and ahs from the crowd as Bub takes the dub at the end of the third. And Washington extends its lead, 96-73. Carrington says, "Can I have this dance?" All Wizards on yes.
NBA fans don't just watch the game, they live it. So stream like you're courtside with NBA League Pass, your ticket to all the action. Watch your favorite team shine and catch the league's brightest stars and rising stars at the same time with multi-view on your favorite devices. And go deeper than ever before with all the stats and insights you want, all in one place. From the plays you can't believe to the most live games and the drama that comes with it. If it happens on the court, it's happening on NBA League Pass.
The Brooklyn Nets select Danny Wolf.
Yo, Danny Wolf, welcome to Brooklyn.
Wolf with a runway and a throwdown. Oh, that may get too high.
Chill, Danny. Ayo, sheesh.
What do you call a lost wolf? A werewolf. That's good. Good.
A wolf among sheep.
It comes down to being ready for when your name's called and just taking advantage of the opportunity.
Together, we build. Yes, those, but not just those. We're here, and also here, here, and most definitely here. Together, we can build affordability, opportunity, joy. Home is a foundation, a launch pad, where we can focus on what matters most. Habitat for Humanity has helped tens of millions of people around the world build their lives on their own terms. But we have so much more to do. Because 1 in 3 people on Earth still don't have a safe, affordable home. We believe everyone deserves a place to call home. Will it be easy? No. But we're not afraid of getting our hands dirty and doing the hard work. But we can't do it alone. We need you. Because all of this starts with home, and home starts with you.
Start of the fourth quarter in D.C. and Yankees Hot Stove presented by Hexclad reignites on Monday as Yes's baseball experts are back from the break to give you the inside scoop on the Bronx Bombers offseason moves. That's the first Yankees Hot Stove of the new year, Monday at 7 o'clock on Yes and the Gotham Sports app.
Oh, we got a lot of Yankees hats in the building.
Oh, yeah.
Did she borrow his?
Yeah, actually, I don't know what just happened. Was that, hey, you can have your hat back, or...
Did she know she was going to be on TV?
Might be. Might be. That was actually really impressive.
If I pulled my Yankees hat out of my bag,
Can we get more? You're saying you would get more on cameras that way? Nice block on the recovery by Traore. Stay with Washington. So Jordy Fernandez has talked all season, really since he took over last year, about winning your minutes, not caring what the circumstance or score is, how much time's left in the game, how many minutes you've already played in the game. These minutes are critical, and forming good habits like the steal that Traore just came up with, and then absorbing the contact and getting to the free throw line are great examples of that.
Well, and these are, we talked about it before the game, but opportunities. These are all players that are either fighting to be a part of the rotation, fighting for their place here, fighting for their place in the league, quite frankly, and just having an opportunity to get these experience. You cannot replicate game minutes. It doesn't matter how much you're playing or what you're doing or practicing, simulating moments like this. So to your point, regardless of what the score is, still trying to figure out ways to problem solve and get better, improve. And I know there's frustration from all of these guys. You're looking at the youngest teams entering this season. We had already mentioned 10 players on the Wizards under 22 years old, but the Nets by average are the youngest team in the league, and there's going to be some growing pains with that. But a part of it is trying to take advantage, and especially doing so without your top three scorers on the floor and how much gravity that they bring. So how do you feel some of those roles and responsibilities?
On the attack, Johnson on the pull-up. He's got a dozen in 20 minutes of action on just 7 field goal attempts. And you think about a lot of the teams that have quickly turned around their young cores over the last couple of years. The number one team in the Eastern Conference right now is the Detroit Pistons, who went from a 14-win team to a team on the brink of advancing last year in the playoffs, and now feels like they're ready to compete at the highest level for a title. Carrington comes up short, and Bagley's there to clean it up. Bagley, a perfect 5 for 5 off the bench. Think about the Houston Rockets, who quickly turned their young core as they develop, but it was challenging times. Oklahoma City winning the title last year, they had challenging times before they finally gelled, and all of those young players, those uber young players, that's going to be a travel called by Scott Foster, they all had to develop mostly physically and then certainly mentally along with it.
Well, and that's what Jordy Fernandez has talked about. You mentioned it, not just the habits, but also there's a difference between just creating those winning habits. Even if you're not winning games, it's all about just the process that you're going about with it. And I think there's certain instances in the context of this game you look at that Washington has outworked or out-hustled or just have been more intentional with how they're playing.
Bagley gets inside. Riley will try. He's got the three. Jordy Fernandez has assembled a phenomenal staff around him. We saw what Steve Hetzel did when he took over in Jordy's absence, leading the team to a win. He shouted out Juwan Howard before the game and what he's done with the big men in particular. And we've seen a great performance in the first start of the season for Day'Ron Sharpe with 14 points in 30 minutes. Juwan, of course, a long playing career himself, and then ended in Miami with some championships, then joined that coaching staff, learned under Eric Spoelstra, has been a head coach at his alma mater for 5 years at Michigan, and then back in the NBA where he's most comfortable. He's loved being a part of this organization, and honestly, he loves working with Jordy Fernandez. Every time you talk to him, he gushes about what Jordy's all about and the vibes that he brings on a daily basis.
You could say across the board, this entire coaching staff, you can't say enough about what they've been able to do. And for as much as we talk about Jordy Fernandez, that's a big part of it. It is shared responsibility. But everybody needs to dig deep at this point, and especially just with these players having opportunities in a game like this.
Sarr can't hit on the three. And a rebound falls to Dillman. Out there with Wolf, Clowney, Williams, and Traore. There is Traore on the attack. Spray out. Williams, 10 to shoot. It's Gilman on the outside. Wolf looking to get past Sarr. Cut him off. Wolf, show and go. Hooks it up and in.
A tough take and make over a very good defender and shot blocker.
Danny Wolf now with 6 points in 26 minutes to go with 4 rebounds. Riley. Good cut off by Traore. Wolf ahead of the pack. Wolf to the rim. And he sneaks it past Sarr for the bucket. Timeout called by Washington. Back to back for Danny Wolf.
Danny Wolf going right at Alex Sarr off the play. Does a good job creating an angle and some space underneath. And Danny Wolf gets a bucket, but he did lose a shoe. Not on that one. Nice little pump fake, finish at the end. There we go, the show and go, the hook over the top. Here we go, on the push. Whoop.
You know, with New York Lottery Plus, you can get even more.
No way, Jose. What's up your sleeve?
Nothing. Enter more tickets, get more points.
Ah, come on. What's up here?
Nothing. Really. Even trying scratch off and draw games gets you points.
There has to be something. Where is it?
You can put them toward chances to win gift cards, cash prizes, and more.
Introducing New York Lottery Plus. Download the app, sign up, get more.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy, it's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax, it always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat.
The Brooklyn Nets select Danny Wolf.
Yo, Danny Wolf, welcome to Brooklyn.
Wolf with a runway and the throwdown.
What do you call a lost wolf? A werewolf. That's good. Good.
It comes down to being ready for when your name's called and just taking advantage of the opportunity.
103-81, cooking up something special with HexClad. Join the hybrid revolution at hexclad.com. Well, Day'Ron Sharpe, you see his most recent action. Last night, a career-high 7 assists. Saturday at Minnesota, a perfect 5 for 5 with 10 points. And then in Philadelphia, the 11 rebounds. Tonight, making the start, 14 points, 9 boards, and 2 blocks for Day-Day. Been effective as Nick Claxton has missed his first game of the season and started all 31. The only player on the Nets to start every game coming in. Bob Carrington with confidence. A little strong, but a second chance for Coulibaly. Now they've got the majority of the starting unit back in for Washington after the mini Danny Wolf run. Collin can't hit. Wolf claims another board. He's off to the races. Trailer is Gilman. Pump, drive, around for a little bit strong of a finish. Foreman is gone here in the fourth. Carrington tries again. And Wolf again has a rebound. 8 points, 6 boards, and assists and a steal in 27 minutes for Danny Wolf. Now it's Traore's turn. Two-man game with the rookies. The cross, the drive, high off the window. Traore scores.
That's a smooth take by Nolan Traore. I want to talk about getting downhill in a tough finish.
We've seen how good of a defender Sarr is. He's had some really impressive moments. He got past him in just enough space. How about Yeoman in the open court? Had it stripped by Carrington. Stay with Brooklyn with 7:27 to play.
This is a smooth take by Nolan Traore. He got a little bit of a runway using his quickness and speed to get ahead, and then a high finish. Top of the glass against Sarr. We saw Danny Wolf do it. A little bit more aggressiveness by Brooklyn getting to the basket here these last couple of possessions. And we say a lot, the inability to get stops and flow into the offense oftentimes makes this side so much harder.
And Clowney, they really needed him to have one of his top days. He's now 0 for 7 from 3, 1 for 11 from the floor. On the attack, Coulibaly stops and hits.
And I think the thing when we've talked about missing a Michael Porter Jr., missing Nick Claxton.
Oh, the teardrop over the top of Sarr for Zaire Williams.
Man, everyone just keeps going right at Sarr and right to the basket here off a transition. But everyone else's looks.
It's going to be a foul called on a loose ball. Carrington just swiped down on Clowney.
Zaire Williams going again on the attack, using the quickness and being able to create some angles, shoot over the top once again. But without those guys, everyone else's looks aren't quite as clean. So it's not just about the numbers or missing that type of production, but it's missing the attention they get on the floor. And so now defenders can play other guys a little bit tighter and don't have to hedge as much.
There's going to be a foul as Clowney went to go set the screen, ends up on the deck. And Sarr had some words after the fact for Scott Foster, which got pointed towards the Washington bench. Now Scott Foster walking towards the scorer's table. Let's see what he says.
Criteria for a flagrant foul.
All right. Was it a full shove? Two hands to the back from Sarr on Clowney. Doesn't look like anything super egregious, but quick. They will go to the monitor and see if they should be upgrading this one.
Probably could go either way. Clear push.
Yes.
To your point, it's not overly extra, but there's not. Yeah, I have a feeling this may be upgraded.
I wouldn't disagree. Trying to hear what the songs are going with. I'm always
After
curious.
it's been determined the foul on the floor has been upgraded to a flagrant foul, penalty 1 for unnecessary contact, using 2 hands to shove the screener to the floor. Clowney will shoot 2 and they'll retain possession of the ball.
Again, Scott Foster right to the point.
Do you ever dream of
So,
like, are you gonna? I can't sing, but I thought you were gonna. It is Candy Rain.
No, you're correct. I was really enjoying the rendition of it.
No one enjoys my renditions of anything, but I do enjoy Soul for Real, and I love that song.
I always just love to hear the decisions made by each building when there's being something
Told
reviewed.
the story too many times that
Okay.
I got kicked out of a singing class.
You got kicked out of a singing
Well, I
class?
got told not to come back, and they gave me my money back.
How old were you?
24.
Oh, no.
I was a full-on adult. Yeah, I was trying to, like, add a hobby.
You were trying to learn to sing?
It was a beginner's singing class, and
That's wrong.
I love to sing.
No,
I know
saying.
I'm not a good. I know my place. I know I'm not a good singer, but I love to sing. So I was like, this is good. I thought maybe it was good for. I fell into TV, so here I am. So I was like, this will help my voice. I don't know what's happening. And it was an 8-week course. It was one night a week for 3 hours, whatever. And it was the 3rd week, and my teacher told me that I wasn't allowed to come back to the class, that I was taking time from the other kids, the other people.
That's wrong on so many levels.
I felt that way, and I was like, but I am really enjoying this, and I'll try harder. And she's like, no, I just see no way that you're going to improve. She said, don't worry, I'll give you your money back. I was like, I don't want my money, I want my pride.
That's wrong. That could be more wrong.
Oh, it's made me
stronger.
It's made me realize I should not say.
No, you see, that's the thing. This is not like a bizarro version of Footloose. Like, this is life. You're allowed to do
Should I
as you
sign up
please.
for another singing
I
class?
think it's time.
Okay.
I think enough time has passed. It's ready. I think that you need to face the fear head on.
I really appreciate you.
This is what I'm here. I'm like a Flavor Flav with a headset. Sarr will go to the free throw line. His first attempts of the night. That's the one area that Brooklyn has had a just clear advantage tonight. 24 free throw attempts for the Nets and made 22 of them Washington now just 10 for 11 after that first one from Sarr. The Wizards are third to last in the NBA in free throws made per game at less than 17. Sarr does hit on a pair. Adds to his already productive night. Midway through this fourth quarter, Brooklyn, barring a crazy comeback, is staring down an 0-6 start on the second night of back-to-back. But Yeoman shows off his sweet stroke from the outside. Now 2 for 4 from downtown.
And part of it, you just want to feel good in how you finish off this game. And there's still a decent amount of time left.
That's a good start. The rip from Drake Powell is going to be Nets basketball.
We know how quickly things can shift and change. Start making some three-point shots, create some extra possessions here on the defensive side. Take care of the basketball. This is a great job by Drake Powell. Just his hands in.
How can Brooklyn capitalize? They've trailed by as many as 28, and it's back to 15, looking for more. Wolf had it knocked away. Man couldn't put it back in, trying to tip it through. Instead, it's Sarr who bear hugs the ball and gets the possession for Washington. A whistle, a lot of action, and Sarr is battling with some words after the fact. Looked like they pointed towards Terrence Mann initially.
Well, he's been John a little bit here these last couple of possessions on a few things. We saw it in that previous push of Noah Clowney. Let's take a look here. Terrence Mann is...
And then it's Sarr who came back
pushing
around.
One another, yeah.
See right there. I'll tell you one thing about Terrence is he is unafraid.
Yes.
Anything or anybody. And he's got a whole lot of pride sticking up for himself. As Carrington will sit, Trey Johnson will come back on. He's played 23 minutes so far, scored 12 points on 7 shots. Looking to get it in, and does for Sarr. Right back to Johnson. Sarr already has the one technical foul. So if they can get to him again, just over 5 minutes remaining, he would be done for the night as Mann picks up his second foul. Third team foul on Brooklyn. The other thing to keep in mind is Brooklyn's in the bonus the rest of the way in this fourth quarter as well. Washington already over the limit. Coulibaly, Euro, and he's bumped. And if it's Mann, he's got 3 fouls in less than 30 seconds.
Foul starting against the Nets, number 14, Terrence Mann, his third team support.
Coulibaly to the free throw line for his 5th and 6th attempts of the night to get himself into double figures here. Well, Sunday on Yes, the Nets are back at Barclays Center for a matchup with the Denver Nuggets. Coverage begins at 3 o'clock with the FanDuel Nets pregame, with tip-off scheduled for shortly after 3:30 on Yes and the Gotham Sports app.
Well, we talked a lot about the Nuggets that are injured. Jamal Murray is having an extraordinary start to the season. Speaking of someone playing like an all-star.
It would be his first all-star appearance should he make it this year.
Wild thing.
You could make the argument right now, and TJ McCollum's probably on this list as well. Guys who have never made an all-star as the most talented guys to claim that for a while. Mike Conley was on that list, and it was only a matter of time before he finally got there, which he did. Feels like it could be Murray's time this year. Long strides to the rim. Mann with a rebound. A 3-on-3 back the other way. Mann finds the trailing Wolf for the bucket. It's a 12-point game with 4:20 remaining.
Hey, good little push here by Brooklyn. And a big part, and we're locked in here on this defensive end. Try and quicken the pace here.
McCollum on the drive. Open look. It's Sarr. It's a 3.
It's a big shot.
17 points for Sarr. Clowney's response, not there. Rebound tapped by Mann, claimed by McCollum. Under 4 to play. Down the middle, leave it for Sarr. So the Nets got it to a dozen. Back-to-back buckets by Sarr makes it 17. That one knocked out of bounds by Johnson. Will stay here.
And there's a lot of areas to look at, but we'll keep pointing to two that are most evident of this lead that Washington has taken. Their ability to create points off turnovers, already with 26, and holding the Nets to under 22% from 3 to 6 and 28.
Hall of Fame defensive back Darryl Green for Health Playbook.
I'm with George Mason University forward Josh Oduro for the FDA's Don't Get Burned Sunscreen Challenge. You ready for a little one-on-one?
Bring it on.
Josh is one tough player, but I'm not getting burned today. I'm using a broad-spectrum sunscreen with an SPF of 30.
The FDA recommends broad-spectrum sunscreens with an SPF of 15 or higher with other sun protection measures to reduce the risk of sunburn and skin cancer. Reapply sunscreen every 2 hours while outside and more often if swimming or sweating.
You got me, dude. You know I was a 7-time Pro Bowler.
I knew you'd be tough, so I used a sunscreen with an SPF of 50, so I wouldn't get burned by you and the sun.
Great game plan. You just won the FDA Sunscreen Challenge.
Make sure broad spectrum sunscreen is a part of your gear. It's a winning play every time.
For more information on sunscreen and other sun protection measures, go to fda.gov/healthplaybook.
My name's Stacy. I'm 57, and I was adopted in 2020.
We were adopted in 2019.
And we were adopted in 2021.
We had a house, and it sounds crazy, but it wasn't a home. The one thing that Jake and Emma brought is it became a home.
When I met Dakota, he had just turned 14.
You weren't there for the first this and the first that. I missed the first words, but we got a lot of other firsts.
Watching her say, oh my God, I cannot believe I got my license. And she's like, I passed. And I'm like, girl.
See them grow. It is...
They chose to love us. They didn't have to. They chose us. Family.
You and you.
Kids in the middle.
What I thought was a complete life was nowhere near complete, but it is now.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed.
The drive of the game, presented by your local Tri-State Genesis retailer.
This is a good one. Take a look at this, starting at the defensive side. A dime by Joman up to Noah Clowney, who has a strong jump through and finish. Nice play there in the break by Brooklyn early on in this one for your Genesis drive of the game.
Clowney with 8 points. He has remained aggressive. He does have 4 steals in 27 minutes of action. As he got the start again tonight, he continues in his starting role. He had double digits in 22 games this season coming in. He did that 26 times in his first 2 years combined. Another example of a guy who came in so young when he got to the NBA. Doesn't turn 22 years old until July 14th. There's some rookies this year who are 23, 24, 25 years old. Wolf can't finish inside. Rebound for Man, a second chance, taken away. Koulibaly with the sneak attack. Powell steps up on McCollum. Dancing with the basketball. It's the veteran on the rookie. Zooms around the perimeter. Koulibaly, a chance at the free throw line.
Washington's been passing the ball really well. We talked about this quite a bit, but you continue to see just the growth of a variety of players. Koulibaly being one of them, but just how they have evolved together, in particular these last couple of weeks. And for the Nets, you mentioned it, Jay Liddell getting an opportunity here. But I think these moments, too, though, are good for players to recognize just areas of weakness or what it feels like having added responsibility, how they respond to it, and how they'll respond to it now Sunday. You hope that you get Michael Porter Jr. back and Nick Claxton back. Cam Thomas should be available to play as well.
Talk to coaches around the NBA, and that's generally the sentiment that they have, is you turn what feels like something that's going to be detrimental in many ways, as Diome is a little strong on the three, Sarr claims his 6th rebound. You turn that into positives, and that's been the case with a number of teams. We mentioned the Denver Nuggets being a team that's severely dealing with the injury bug. We've seen that at times this year with the Memphis Grizzlies, who have had to go without major pieces, still haven't had a single game played by one of their top signings in Ty Jerome this year. No Scottie Pippen Jr. for a single game this season, only 2 of Brandon Clark. Cleveland Cavaliers, who were the #1 team in the Eastern Conference last year, and talk to any of those coaches, and those are only just a few examples of teams that around the league are dealing with some similar circumstances. You talk to any of the coaches, and they mention exactly what you said. You can get younger players now these opportunities to become more initiators, to learn what it's like to have the ball in their hands, to learn what it's like in the positions that those guys have to play on a nightly basis, so that now you have the internal knowledge to help make their life easier when they do come back and they are healthy and they're back in the lineup ready to go. So we'll see what it looks like with MPJ back in there, with Cam Thomas back in there, with Nick Claxton back in there, and so on and so forth. You just expect that this team is going to keep growing together, and Jordi Fernandez has liked the effort that he's seen.
And in many cases gives you greater appreciation for what those guys do and how they make the game easier for you.
McCollum on the outside, get it out of his hands. Trey Johnson has had some impressive moments so far tonight. A rookie out of Texas, showing why he was such a high pick. The force doesn't go, and that's going to be Brooklyn ball with 2:05 to play. All about running through the tape at this point. If you're Brooklyn, had it to within 12, trailed by as many as 28. Can you narrow the eventual final deficit? Already put up more points than they did last night. 96 in the loss to Houston. Wolf circles. Wolf blocked, but a foul. Johnson thought he got him cleanly. Instead, Wolf's going to get 2 free throws. Ten points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists for Danny Wolf, and a chance to get Brooklyn into triple digits here tonight in D.C., feeling the effects after the drive. They have been clamoring for free food with 2 misses. And the Nets have given the opportunity, staying open. Tonight after the final buzzer, keep it here for the Honda Nets postgame show. Get highlights, insights, and full player and coach reaction. All coming up right here on Yes on the Gotham Sports app.
This is the loudest this building has been all night.
They go home hungry in D.C. Danny Wolf, ice cold.
As he gets booed.
He might be the most hated man at Capital One Arena right now.
Brickin' for chicken.
It's everywhere. It doesn't matter what's happening in the game. As the slip by Carrington results in a bucket. It could be Game 7 of the NBA Finals. And I think the loudest it would get is for free food.
100.
For Ore, no. Final 1:15 as Washington is on their way to win number 9 on the season. They have completely turned around the vibes after the really poor start to the season. Began 3-20. As McCollum can add 2 more. The follow goes for Champagnie. What a night with 20 off the bench. The Wizards lost 14 consecutive games from October 24th to November 25th. As Gilman can't bank at home, Wizards off to the races again. It's a remarkable turnaround over the last 3 weeks or so, and a ton of credit to Brian Keefe and his staff for keeping his team engaged. They came out with a purpose tonight and delivered another offensive exhibition, shooting 51% from the floor, 38% from 3, with 25 team assists, and capitalizing 28 points off Brooklyn turnovers for Jordi Fernandez. Severely shorthanded in this game and will fall to 10 and 22 after these final 17.9 seconds. I hope the reinforcements are on the way before Denver comes to town on Sunday. Traore will bring it across and is content to dribble it out. Well, Brooklyn led by 2 early in this game. It was Washington the rest of the way. The Wizards dominate 119-99, the final score, as Washington gets win number 9 on the season. We'll be back to wrap it all up from D.C. after the Nets lose their 3rd in a row on the second night of a back-to-back.
Hall of Fame defensive back Darrell Green for Health Playbook.
I'm with George Mason University forward Josh Oduro for the FDA's Don't Get Burned Sunscreen Challenge. You ready for a little one-on-one?
Bring it on.
Josh is one tough player, but I'm not getting burned today. I'm using a broad-spectrum sunscreen with an SPF of 30.
The FDA recommends broad-spectrum sunscreens with an SPF of 15 or higher with other sun protection measures to reduce the risk of sunburn and skin cancer. Reapply sunscreen every 2 hours while outside and more often if swimming or sweating.
You got me, dude. You know I was a 7-time Pro Bowler.
I knew you'd be tough, so I used a sunscreen with an SPF of 50, so I wouldn't get burned by you and the sun.
Great game plan. You just won the FDA Sunscreen Challenge.
Make sure broad spectrum sunscreen is a part of your gear. It's a winning play every time.
For more information on sunscreen and other sun protection measures, go to fda.gov/health playbook.
My name's Stacy. I'm 57, and I was adopted in 2020.
We were adopted in 2019.
And we were adopted in 2021.
We had a house, and it sounds crazy, but it wasn't a home. The one thing that Jake and Emma brought is it became a home.
When I met Dakota, he had just turned 14.
You weren't there for the first this and the first that. I missed the first words, but we got a lot of other firsts.
Watching her say, oh my God, I cannot believe I got my license. And she's like, I passed. And I'm like, girl.
See them grow. It is.
They chose to love us. They didn't.
Thank you.